Yeah. It is Tuesday, June 24th, and it is 9 a.m., and we are here for a regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioner meeting. And I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We do have our invocation by Father Richard Catneth. Welcome, Father.
I invite you to bow your heads. Almighty God, thank you for giving us a new day. We know that you give us everything and you help us with everything. But we also know that without you, we can do nothing. Lord God, you never give us more than we can handle. And so bless these county commissioners that they may receive satisfaction and joy through their passion, hard work, and dedication. And may their efforts give you glory. We ask this of you, loving Father, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you. If you're able to stand, if you'll please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Brandy, if you'll please roll call the commission to determine quorum.
Commissioner Gameros,
Present.
Commissioner Reynolds, Commissioner Sanchez,
Present.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Present.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Present. We do have quorum. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. County Manager Andrews, do we have any changes to the agenda today?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, we would go ahead and like to pull number 23, sir. We don't have all the information we need from CRUA, so we want to hit pause on that and bring it back to you at a future date.
Okay, so we'll be removing item number 23 off of the approvals, which is to approve an allocation of money for a grant program for CRUA, because we have not gotten all the information. Okay, any other changes? No, sir. Okay, so we will be omitting item number 23, hopefully going on to the next meeting agenda. Okay. Moving on, we do have our consent agenda where the Board of County Commissioners will be asked to approve by one motion the following items for reoccurring or routine business. And we do have items number 1 through 14 today. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second, Sanchez.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gameros and a second from Commissioner Sanchez to approve items number 1 through 14 on the consent agenda. Any commission comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Vice Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to ask questions about 8 and 13, please.
Okay. We do have questions on item number 8, which is to award a project change order to LC Structural, Inc. through Cooperative Extension Services for the East Mesa Baseball Park.
I think that's Mr. Herrera that can answer my question.
He is coming.
Good morning, Mr. Herrera.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair Commissioners, Robert Herrera, Director of Facilities and Services. Ma'am, how may I ask you?
Yes, Mr. Herrera. So I looked over the executive summary late last night, and my question was, will bathrooms be included with the allocation, with the additional allocation of $131,181.25? Will it be included in improvements?
At this time, no, it will not. We are trying to figure out how we can get restrooms there. There's a lot of challenges that we need to overcome. One of them being there is no sewer out there. Wi-Fi, I'm just had a conversation with the Director of IT on how we can get Wi-Fi to unlock and lock those restrooms. So that would be coming as a second phase project in the new fiscal year. I do have plans to try to put the restroom facilities out there, but with this allocation, it is not included at this time. The scope that we are looking at is for the actual park and to finish the amenities there for the park.
So, and you and I had spoken about this before, what is the timeline for putting in restrooms at that particular park? Because we had, from my understanding, moved some monies around to go to the East Mesa Park to improve the baseball facilities and add bathrooms, and so that the kids could
Yes.
not have to go somewhere to relieve themselves.
Yes, Chair, Commissioners, we did initially do that. I thought there was sewer on Hanger Lake Road, but there isn't. And then we don't have sufficient electrical requirements as well, so we'll have to bring in more electrical upgrades for that facility. So there was a lot of challenges that we didn't anticipate that these restrooms require. Now, we could have gone with a waterless configuration, but that is just a more, another porta potty, basically, just a little bit more nicer. So we were hoping that we can find a way to overcome those challenges here in the near future. Now, the timeline for the restrooms is approximately 4 to 6 months, depending on the size. But also, we also wanted to relook at, with the master plan, is that going to remain a single ball field? Is it going to be changed to a fourplex? If that's the case, then we probably want to put 2 restroom facilities there, or one larger one. So there's a lot of unknowns that we decided it'd probably be better to hold off to make sure we get it right the first time, and wait for the master plan as well.
Another question, so in regards to a figure to complete that, what are we looking at? 250, 300?
Again, depending on the size, you're probably looking at between 150 to 250,000. If we go with a two compartment restroom, you're looking at about 150,000. If we're looking at something like, six compartments, three of each, you're probably looking at 250 to 300,000. So.
And you think 4 to 6 months?
Yes, once we make the decision, I think we can get it done within 4 to 6 months.
So when will the decision be made?
Well, we are engaging with the master plan here very soon. So as soon as that is done and we decide what size of park that's going to be, then we can start it from that point.
Yeah,
But I just need to know if, I don't want to put a two occupancy restroom out there and then we turn that park into a fourplex where there's going to be much more people out there and we need to add 2 or 3 more. And then we don't size the sewer system correctly, we don't size the electrical correctly because those are a lot of unknowns right now.
And Mr. Herrera, I'd like to ask a favor of you, if you can keep me updated on that via email, because the constituents that were expecting this part to move forward very quickly within the timeline that you and I had discussed earlier, within 2 or 3 months, or now we're going to have to wait 6 months, and we are removing a field from the Oregon area, or across the Oregon area, the Butterfield area, to move it over to the East Mesa to increase the size of the playing fields. And they're waiting, and this is baseball season.
Absolutely.
So if you can keep me updated, and if we can really just focus on that, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. I will definitely keep you updated with monthly reports. Is that okay? Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, hello.
So, good morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair. Did you want me to just give you general information, or do you want to ask the questions you've got?
I have a couple of questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. So regarding authorizing budget of $200,000 for use in establishing filter outdoor water fountains and bottle filling stations in Santa Teresa Radium Springs areas as part of the pilot program, when I read the executive summary, and I talked to a couple of the staff, so the reason we are putting in these is because we not only have discolored water in Santa Teresa, but also in the Radium Springs area. Is that correct? So we're having the same problems in Radium Springs as we're having in Santa Teresa. Is that correct?
That is correct, Vice Chair. That is why these locations were chosen for the pilot. Ultimately, if this works out well, this might very well become the standard that we put in all county parks and outdoor areas where people can then get good water. They can refill whatever containers they're using while they're out walking our trails. But that is exactly why we chose these locations. And while the reports of discolored water in the Crua area have gone way down over the last few months, as the commission is aware, they are going to be needing to replace a number of fire hydrants in the upcoming couple of months. That will likely stir up some sediment, along with the work that the City of Sunland Park is planning to do in clearing out some tanks. So this will provide just an area where if people are getting that discolored water for a little while, they can go fill up drinking water without any problem. And otherwise, people will be able to take advantage of these stations while they are out exercising, recreating in the area.
One more question, Mr. Lopez, because I was getting a few calls. So if we can just make it public, what kind of osmosis system or reverse osmosis system we're putting in there so that the public is aware of what we're doing instead of just going through the consent agenda. And people perhaps not understanding what will be done in the Radium Springs and the Santa Teresa area because of this discolored water in both areas. Thank you.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, the systems that we're looking at putting in will be reverse osmosis, which is the highest level of filtering that you can typically get for a building. It removes almost everything, and then the water bottle filling and water fountain stations also have separate filters on them that also help clear out microplastics and other things that people are typically concerned about. So that's why we've selected this particular model to look at for the pilot project.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, or concerns on consent agenda today? Okay, seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shah Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Consent agenda is approved. Go ahead, Brandy.
Okay, we have item number 1, resolution number 2025-69. Item number 3, 2025-70. Item number 4, 2025-71. Item number 5, 2025-72. Item number 10, 2025-73. Item 11, 2025-74. Item number 12, 2025-75. And item number 14, 2025-76.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have employee recognition, where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for the years of service to Doña County. And we have our Assistant County Manager, Ms. Weir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. We have one employee that we would like to recognize today, and I believe we're going to get his information up here on the board. Deputy Jeremy Maldonado has served the Doña County Sheriff's Office for 10 years. So we would like to take a few moments to recognize him and express our appreciation for his service to both the county and our community at large. So if you see him, please take a moment to thank him and show him some appreciation for his service.
Wonderful, thank you, and congratulations. Next up, we do have proclamation portion of our agenda, where item number 15 is to recognize Centennial High School softball's team for winning the 5A title. Mr. Lopez, welcome.
Do we have the coach and any team members in the audience that can come up and join us? Well, they're making their way up. We'll read just a little bit here. Well, actually, the chair disappeared. Okay. Does anybody else have the talking points? Or otherwise, I will read them.
What do you want?
Right here. if you guys can, let's start with, if you can introduce who everybody is.
Okay. I'm Coach X Avalos, Aubrey. I got nicknames for everybody. So. Leah, Jade, Destiny, and Coach Fernie Vias, our head coach. I got nicknames for everybody, so I got to think about things.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation for the team. Doña County proudly recognizes the Centennial girls softball team for their historic achievement in winning the 2025 5A state championship. The Hawks completed an undefeated season, finishing with a remarkable 30-0 record, ending in a dominant 10-1 victory over La Cueva in the state title game on May 17, 2025. This victory marks Centennial's third state championship in school history and their second consecutive 5A state title, a feat unmatched in the state for the past 10 years. The Hawks' incredible accomplishment also makes them the first unbeaten state champions in New Mexico since 2017. With a 33-game winning streak dating back to 2024, Centennial has cemented its place in New Mexico softball history. We recognize head coach Fernie Vias and assistant coaches Vanessa Vias, Xavier Avalos, Alyssa Moe, Sonny Hernandez, Gerard Gutierrez, and Alberto Medina for leading this talented Hawks team to Centennial's third championship in program history. Congratulations to the Centennial girls softball team for their outstanding performance and commitment to excellence. Team members are Alaya Betancourt, Stevie Jimenez, Jade Morelos, Aubrey Duncan, Kendra Martinez, Destiny Perez, Kayana Garcia, Brooklyn Millam, Amanda Vias, Stasia Hernandez, Leah Miranda, Amaris Villegas, Katie Howard, and Addie Mocha. And that is proudly recognized today, the 24th of June, 2025. However, we have a surprise.
Madam Vice Chair, would I be able to say a couple of words? Coach, and to the team, I know you guys are becoming a regular now here, was we had you last year. And, you know, it's an amazing to go undefeated. I think you're the first softball team to go undefeated in 8 years. So that's an amazing accomplishment. But I think what's amazing is last year, y'all's run was, y'all had a little adversity in the state champions in the tournament and pulled it out. And this year, you freaking ended up having the perfect season to come back and improve and establish a legacy, not just at Centennial High School, but here in Las Cruces as a program to contend with in the city and the state. I want to commend you all for the amazing performances throughout the season and especially during the state tournament. So congratulations to you all.
Thank you.
And Coach, I have a few words, please. Oh, thank you. So who is Miss Betancourt? She's not here. Is she related to Sal Betancourt by any chance?
Probably down the line somewhere.
Because as I remember, we had a Sal Betancourt from La Mesa who used to play for the Kansas City Royals, who is also related to my son, his great uncle. So I was just wondering if the Betancourts were related to my son. But ladies, you are so exceptional. Thank you so much. Once upon a time, I played softball. I was a pitcher, first, third, and short, but I was only good for three innings because then I started hitting people. So I know how hard it is, and especially during this warm season, but I'm so proud of you. And Coach, thank you for leading this team. Adelante, muchachas. Thank you.
Okay, now here's the surprise. Coach Vias does not know we're doing this. Sorry. Surprise. Doña County recognizes Coach Fernie Vias for his leadership and service to our community as an educator. Since becoming head coach in 2019, Coach Vias has made a profound impact on the Centennial High School softball program, guiding the Hawks to the state championship finals in 2022 as runners-up and to the state tournament every season except during the 2 COVID-impacted years. The remarkable 2025 season caps off a wonderful career as Coach Valles has led the team to a historic undefeated 30-0 record and back-to-back 5A state championships. Beyond his impressive coaching accomplishments, Coach Valles has shaped the lives of young people in Doña County by using sport as a powerful tool for life education. His dedication to developing his athletes, not only as players but as individuals, leaves a legacy in the community. Coach Valles retires after 21 years of coaching following the win of his third state title, which includes a state title with Oregon Mountain, then Oñate High School, in 2016. We thank him for his outstanding contributions and wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Congratulations, Coach Valles, and may you enjoy a well-deserved retirement. Your impact will continue in the lives you have touched. Signed by Scott Andrews, County Manager.
Thank you.
Come on over here.
I got something to say real quick. Not only did these girls went 30-0, but first time, and I think in history here in Cruces, that we got nationally ranked. We're 18th in the nation out of all the high school softball programs.
Let me get the people in the back. Yes. Ms. Gameros. Perfect. All right, everybody ready? If you could tilt the frames down just a little so the light doesn't reflect. Perfect. Anyone else? Pictures?
Okay, congratulations again. Next, we do have our public input portion of the meeting. If you're here to address the public, if you will please come forward, we'll put 3 minutes on the clock. We have a white binder to your left. If you can please sign your name.
Good morning. Recent events have given me new appreciation for our Constitution and Bill of Rights. In the past few months, I've seen the President of the United States, who was sworn to uphold the Constitution, act as if the Constitution does not apply to him. He acts as if he is free to pick and choose which part of the Constitution to uphold and which parts to ignore. Trump disagrees with birthright citizenship, so he seeks to ignore the rights of those born in the United States. Trump thinks he has the right to make war without any authorization from Congress. He's wrong about that too. I have only 3 minutes, but you know the rest of the list. Fidelity to the Constitution is a primary measure of the quality of our government and governing officials, which brings us to the issue of prayer at these proceedings. Religious rituals have no place in these proceedings. According to the New Mexico Constitution, no person should be compelled to attend any religious service, and the state should not sponsor any religious service. The invocation at these proceedings is exactly that. It is state-sponsored religion. The religious landscape has changed drastically in the last few decades. Before that, then, there were 2 basic religious categories, Christian and non-Christian. Now there are 3 religious categories, Christians, non-Christians, and nuns, those of us who have no religious profession. Nuns are not satisfied with policies that accommodate Christians and non-Christians. The only acceptable policy on prayer at these proceedings is no prayer at all, as called for in our Constitution. Please honor the Constitution. Give the provisions of separation of church and state the same respect as you expect for all other provisions of the Constitution. Thank you very much. My name is Jim Hurst.
Good morning, County Commissioners. My friend Mark Veith couldn't be here tonight. He sends his warm regards. He also sent some notes for me. They tie in with some of the things I have, so I'll read them and then maybe put a little bit of notes of my own on top. So from Mark Veith, also in District 1, my friend, he says, save your watch. In the military, we raise our watch hand whenever someone is BSing. So when we are told it is about reason, it is BS. There's nothing of reason about taking a jackhammer to the foundation of your house. All nations set their base on their religions. If you attack prayer, you're attacking the foundation of the USA unreasonably. Our founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson was a founding father, singular. If the left believes in democracy, then why don't they expect that George Washington and John Adams had a national day of prayer and so democracy is fulfilled? Is because they are self-centered, self-serving, and self-righteous. They don't care about the whole, but only themselves. So save your watch. And that was the end of his note. My own addition to that is more that the governmental system of the United States is more or less a three-legged stool. We have a Greco-Roman form of government. That's our legislator, our houses, a governor. We have an English common law base for a lot of what we do. You can go all the way back to Magna Carta for our Constitution, other pieces. And we have Christian morality. And the founding fathers, of course, say that you cannot have a nation as we are without Christian morality in it. The system is not set up to work without those rules. So that would be the end of my commentary on that. Some thoughts coming from the last County Commission. Lady Justice, when she stands before, is blindfolded. She doesn't care who comes before you. It will be granted either way. The merits of the case are decided. To come back to something Vice Chair Chaparro said, color blindness from your compatriot is toward that position, that it doesn't matter who comes before you, you will weigh the merits, and I assume you will. I'm not accusing you of anything there. But that is the position of that statement, that no matter who comes before you, that will be done. As far as freedom of speech and thoughts, the terms we use, there is no intention of pejorative, using the term illegal, criminal, alien, whatever. The policing of the terms and the thoughts being used, I greatly despise, so I will use what I will there without trying to be offensive. I have no distaste for Mexicans, Mexican nationals, Chinese, whatever. They're people, they're protected by God, they're loved by God. I do have a place where the government of the United States and the officials that serve under it and the states have a position that they should first serve Americans and be proud to be Americans themselves, and that everything flows from that. And I thank you for your time this morning. You all have a great day.
Good morning. My name is Enria Moreno, and I wrote here all that I need to say, but I'm going to skip the first page because it's kind of self-explanatory about what I'm trying to say. And also, I try to write it in a very coherent way so that you can understand it. However, I'm going to talk about one issue that I had with the courts, and I filed a lawsuit at magistrate court, and it was an open and shut case. And what happened was that the judge, he ruled against me. There were some issues happening there when I filed the lawsuit, and I think it was prejudice against me. Then the court, what they started doing was they started calling me for jury duty. They called me for jury duty the first time, and I went and got an excuse from the doctor. I hadn't even finished with that when I got the next one. And then I went back to the doctor, and I got another excuse. They did this about 6 or 7 times, and they wouldn't let me talk to the judge or let me express what I was going through. And what happened was one of the times where I took the excuse, the doctor's excuse, I gave one of the ladies a letter so that they could leave me alone. And that letter stopped the harassment. There are 4 other issues on this thing that I was going to say, but I wrote them as, like I said, as coherent as I possibly could. I would appreciate if you would take time and thought into them. And that's about it. Thank you very much.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, commission input, commissioners? Seeing none, county elected official input? Seeing none, we have staff input.
I won't leave you hanging. Yeah, we have a few updates for you all, sir.
Okay.
One I wanted to put on everyone's radar is we currently have a commission meeting listed for Veterans Day. So I mentioned this to you earlier, Chair. In fact, I'm trying to target, I think we do need a meeting that day. In fact, in my conversations with Janice from the clerk's office earlier, she reminded me that a special meeting will be needed to swear in the folks on the 14th, that Friday. So I'd like you all to consider, I know we don't love a Friday board meeting, but that's probably 2 birds, 1 stone sort of situation. And coming off of the big election day on the 4th, which hopefully we'll have good news on in multiple occasions, I'd like you all to consider a board meeting for the 14th. So I'll follow up on that later with each of you individually, but just wanted to get that on your radar. And speaking of November 4th, our big bond item will be on that. So if you weren't tuned in or here live for the last meeting, we did have a 5-0 vote. So we've had several town hall meetings in the last few weeks, and we'll be coming out to the community quite a bit more between now and November. So for those of you that weren't aware, I just want to remind everyone, so we know we would like to see some recreational facilities. We know we would like to see some quality of life and economic development drivers. We would like to make some improvements to the amphitheater and possibly revisit some things from the past. We definitely want to make some improvements to our current facilities throughout the county, which are already embedded in the DNA and fabric of the community. But what we don't know is what we need to hear from you. What does that look like exactly? So if those recreation facilities, maybe one of them is aquatic space, maybe the other one is more athletic based. And for the amenities of facilities, we have those current facilities there, so we want to know from the voters, particularly what you would like to see. So we know what we want to do, but your input matters drastically here, and we haven't gotten a lot of feedback. In fact, everyone's been pretty excited so far, but we would like to hear specifics. So please reach out to the board members, reach out to the staff and I, and we'll be doing town halls throughout the community between now and November. And we have an educational campaign that's actually going to be led by Sunny 505. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Macias here to give us an update on that. And so following that, Mr. Lopez has an update as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, County Manager Andrews. Jonathan Macias, Assistant County Manager. So with regards to the action that Sunny 505 is supporting us with, you'll remember, and for those in the audience today as well as watching at home, just last week on the 17th, we had a work session, and this was one of the topic of discussions. Sunny 505 was actually there and is committed. We hit the ground running to the extent that we were able once the actual question passed. So if you haven't had an opportunity as a commissioner or a member of the public, please turn to our YouTube channel and look for that June 17th meeting and look to the bond topic to see how we're going to be rolling out some of the engagement. We covered, among other things, how they will be working in conjunction with the PIO and the communications team, as well as our other vendors and contractors that have been supporting with the vital conditions or strategic plan that is Insight Network. Those meetings have already, some of them have taken place, some of them are scheduled, so we are moving ahead with that. There will also be a discussion in terms of creating a website to be hosted where all the information can live, and that will be for our internal stakeholders, which is us here at the county, as well as external. So we really want to make sure we consolidate all the messaging in one place so that we can answer those kinds of questions that are coming up in the community. Like the one that's top of everybody's mind right now is, why are you guys being so vague? And we will answer that publicly and also on the website. And as we covered that at the last meeting, that was by design as Hilltop guided us through that process. We start vague, and then we start having those community meetings. We engage with your district, we engage across the county, and then we get the input, and then we start formulating a plan. The goal in terms of timeline is that by mid-July, Sunny 505 will have a toolbox that you can deploy at your meetings. And then by September, we plan to have a list of what some of those projects are, including what the estimated costs are in this market, and trying to account also for any kind of inflationary cost or adjustments in the market, notwithstanding some of the crystal balls that we hope we can use to try to make sure we pin it just right. And last but not least, you will start seeing from some of our departments a rollout and engagement in the community just to start the fun approach that we have with our social media. So we'll be doing man on the street interviews or people on the street interviews and just asking for some of the soft feedback that might help guide your discussions as you're planning your community meetings. We do ask that the commissioners start giving us their community meetings that they are scheduling between now and September, October. We've already had one commissioner give us, I think, 8 dates that they plan on engaging. So if that is the goal, please let us know. We intend to be at as many meetings as we can, but at the meetings that we need to have impact at. And that will be in addition to the other community convenings. So feel free to send those dates to us as soon as you get them. And we can also do novel things like maybe program them together with the nearby districts so that we can get a cross-sectional representation. And next, we'll be having meetings about weekly up until we get to the July dates. And then thereafter, we'll go about bi-weekly with our communications team. All right, look out for more. Yes, sir.
Mr. Macias, just wondering, will there be plans to be doing outreach at say, special events across the county? I know here in a couple months, we're going to have the Hatch Chili Festival. I mean, you know, each one of our districts probably almost has something, or at least somewhere close where we would probably have a representative group of the population coming in, and it might be good in terms of reaching out and informing and doing such. I think one of the things that we had discussed during the work session, I thought, was like even you know, doing outreach like at some of the local hotspots or restaurants and things, just to start being more visual with our community, so that way they can start understanding more, being more educated, as well as being able themselves to ask questions in the initiative.
Chair and Commissioner Sanchez, that's exactly what the intention is, and that's what those non-specific district-type meetings that we talked about that are in the works. I think when we had the work session, the chair told us how full he was from going out to a local eatery, and the challenge was to go and have a good burger in Hatch. So that is the intent, because we want to make sure that we are getting those cross-sectionals and also, quite frankly, meeting our community where they are. We know that transportation might be a hindrance for some of the people in our community, so we'd like to meet them where they are and get their feedback. So Sunny 505 is going to be working on that. We did also hear the chair and the other commissioners requesting for a master calendar, so hopefully that's also where it will live on the page, and that's also something that was top of mind for County Manager Andrews. So we are tracking all of that, but this is something that we're definitely going to be doing in community and in lockstep with the commissioners. So thank you. Chair, commissioners, any other questions?
Thank you, John. Thank you. Appreciate you, sir. Mr. Lopez, come on up, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. Just 3 items to give you information on. First is the Office of Emergency Management team. We have a number of personnel deployed right now in Grant County assisting with the trout fire as well as the flooding risks. They've been up there. As you know, we had team members from the incident management team deploy last week. That's been supplemented now by additional personnel. And our public safety PIO, Ariana Pata, is also assisting from here in writing talking points and messaging to assist Grant County. Also wanted to provide a brief update on the fire-based emergency medical services transition. Our Doña County Fire Rescue Department has prepared 4 stations to be ready for full staffing this coming weekend. So they're going to be out there. They're going to be actually doing that. With the approval you all gave just earlier today, we'll be purchasing the last 3 rescues that are needed that you funded last meeting. And then the final item I have for you in front of you is a draft of where we would like to be going with the hiring of our next fire chief. We believe we are now at that point where we can get it underway, and we just wanted to present that to you all as well as start making it public as to what we're looking at doing. This will be a non-traditional for Doña County hiring process, but not uncommon in the industry for such a high-level position. As you all are aware, the county fire chief is very crucial in life safety for our county, very crucial in maintaining and improving the ISO ratings. We've got the fire-based transition going on right now, so we need to make sure that we hire the best possible person for Doña County moving forward. In order to do that, we are going to be establishing a hiring committee. The hiring committee will make sure that our job description is ready to go. And then we'll be identifying our top 3 to 4 people to bring in. And then each candidate will have a full day of interviews. Again, this is pretty standard in the industry, so that they will be able to, the hiring committee will meet during a breakfast session. The fire department staff will meet with the candidate during a mid-morning session. The county manager and ACMs will meet, and department heads, during a noon session. During the afternoon will be a public session, and in the evening will be a dinner with the senior fire officials from our other fire departments within Doña County. We are inviting you as board members to participate. Once we know the dates, it'll be easier for you to choose, but up to 2 commissioners could be at either the breakfast, the lunch, or the dinner sessions, so that you have some more direct time with the candidates and can get a really good feel for them. And of course, you're always welcome to attend the public session that'll be in the afternoons. So be happy to get any feedback that any of you might have on this proposed process before we finalize it.
Nothing? No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. I was asked to provide some information about the local health council and our department HHS Alliance. And I sent everyone an email last week with some information, so I'm here to give a brief update. And I'm also available for questions if you all have questions after the meeting. So first, the Health Council. Local health councils are across the state and in several pueblos in New Mexico. They were created by the state. There's a state statute that created these many, many decades ago, and they've been funded on and off by the state throughout the years. The Wellness Institute, which is a kind of a local organization that just came together on their own. It's a local group of people. It's not a specific organization. They've been designated as the Health Council for our area. And we serve as the administrative backbone for that organization or that group of people. The Community Foundation of Southern New Mexico serves as the fiscal agent. We also partner with New Mexico State University, and through the funding that the state gives us and funding from NMSU, we fund a postdoc position in health equity. And if you saw on the documentation I gave you, the County Commission, through resolution, also recognized the Wellness Institute as our local health council. Some of the projects that they're working on right now, continuing to do a lot of work around structural competency and training across all the health professions within the healthcare and public health industry, really looking at health equity and upstream medicine through focusing on social drivers of health. We also have, through the work of the postdoc at NMSU and the medical students at Burrell, we're doing windshield surveys in all of the colonias. We will be finishing up those windshield surveys the end of this calendar year during their fall semester, and we'll be able to bring that data back, not only to the community, but to you all. And it's been great data gathering and a great training opportunity for the medical students as well. I'm going to shift now to the HHS Alliance. That is an internal body. It is the advisory board for our department. It was established by county resolution, right after our department was established. Originally, the department had several different like grant projects or other projects, and all of them had a unique advisory board. So the Alliance brought them all together to create one advisory board for the department. The original voting members were approved by the county commission at the time, and the bylaws or the operating guidelines for the committee were also approved by the commission. And since the first group, since the first membership roster, the members approve their own new members. So there's an application process and it gets voted on. I think one thing that's very unique about the Alliance is the membership includes people who are designated for a category, not an organization. So we have to have a specific number of advocates, consumers, people that represent education or academic sector. We look at geographic representation, providers, and then we also have the opportunity for special designation. Currently, one of the special designations is housing and homelessness. So that's an advisory board that provides feedback to the department on our projects and programs and then brings information as needed, recommendations to the county commission. Currently, they are working on looking at the criteria and the training about that criteria for the healthcare assistance program. By doing that, they're looking at the current resolution that you all have created to govern the healthcare assistance program. And we will be, if they recommend any changes, we will be bringing that to you all to look at with the explanation of why the changes are recommended for you all to make decisions about. They are also helping us stand up our Doña Connect program. We're transitioning to a different platform. We're going to align with the state platform for that closed loop referral system. So they're the kind of community organization that, or community group of people that are giving us feedback on how to make that transition. So again, let me know if you have any questions. I'm happy to visit with you. Commissioner Sanchez, you served as our ex officio on the Alliance for many years, and currently the chair, Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez, serves. But both meetings are open to the public and anyone is welcome to participate. Thank you.
That is all we have for staff input, sir.
Awesome, thank you. Commission-appointed board report backs.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sanchez.
Sorry, I'm getting my dates mixed up here. We had an MPO meeting back on the 11th of June. One of the things that they did approve, or we as the MPO approved, was our Plan 2050, which is kind of the full transportation plan for the MPO's jurisdiction area, which goes all the way up to Radium Springs and all the way down south, I believe, to Vado. And so one of the things that I hope, and I won't be, we approve this plan every 5 years. It's a 25-year plan. My hope is that I know I won't be here in 5 years, but whoever those successors are from the BOCC are on there. One of the comments that I made during that meeting was the MPO took probably a little more conservative approach than I would have liked, and that was because it was explained that when we did the plan for 2045 back in 2020, there was a lot of pushback to some of the plans that they were looking at. And so because of that, they probably pulled back a little bit during this process. My hope is that, when we're looking 25 years out, we shouldn't be conservative. We should be putting a plan together that we want to see, even if it's maybe sounds a little crazy, but we have 25 years and a goal to get there. And I think a lot of probably what was taken out, which was really disappointing to me, was some around bike trails, hiking paths, and some of that connectivity that really helped define, at least early on, the MPO for me. because we were doing projects with the town of Mesilla, the city of Las Cruces, and really working on building that other set of connectivity outside of just roads and sidewalks. So I just wanted to share that. That was the big item for that board. We do have an SCRTD meeting tomorrow here in the chambers at 1:30. And to kind of highlight on the agenda, we're going to be approving the upcoming budget for the next fiscal year, and also approving some grant applications to the Federal Transportation Authority to request some additional funds for transportation. Two other items. I don't know if this is the right place to have done it or during commission input, but last Friday we did have the ribbon cutting for the Abeta Pond and for the flooding area that also has El Parque Alegre de Doña Ana. It was exciting with seeing that come to fruition. It's our first flood project that was a combined recreation space. And I know there was a lot of trepidation with doing that because of how, now that we're in the monsoon season, how quickly those areas can fill up with water, and a lot of concern with liability. But I really appreciate all the teams coming together, the Flood Commission, community development, facilities. It was a joint effort, and I appreciate our whole team getting in on it and working with the community. And I know there was a lot of joint work with the National Park Service and the Doña Ana Village Association, so it's an exciting project. And if you have a chance to go out and check it out, please come out to Doña Ana and see it. And then the last one, I just wanted to say I had a constituent meeting back on the 11th in Radium Springs. We had some good conversations, and it was, I talked a little bit during the work session about it, but we got a little bit of discussion with our community members about the GO bond, some of the other concerns they have about roads. It was a good conversation. So I appreciate everybody that came out on the 11th with us. And so we'll be planning next dates probably here in July for the Village of Doña Ana and Garfield next up. So, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Gameros.
so I have a report from the El Paso MPO. So we just approved the HDR Engineering Company as a consultant to provide services for the Phase 2 study of the border highway connector, which will be, the one that connects Pete Dominici to McNutt. That study, it's a $2 million study, and that one's gonna study of the traffic impacts, congestion-wise of the traffic on those intersections of like Sunland Park and Donovan, Racetrack, and Donovan and McNutt. So just, that's the only thing I have to report.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, I had a question. Commissioner Gameros, did they at all talk about the full funding for that project during the El Paso MPO meeting?
No,
just-
we just talked about the study, the cost of the study at that time.
Okay, thank you.
The full funding, I will look into that, and I can get you that information if you want.
And well, I was gonna look to the county staff, because I think it was my understanding that the legislature did not provide funds for the matching funds that would have matched the federal funds, which means that whole project was in jeopardy. Obviously, it's a little disappointing that we see that from our legislature, who have been very good in supporting us. But it's my understanding that they cut a lot of the funds, and we're missing out something we were going to be, I think as a state as a whole, going to be missing out on, I want to say $20 to $30 million of federal funds that they refused to provide matching funds for. And so I know that was the big, at least I had heard. So I just was trying to figure out whether that was true or not, or if the state has a plan to maybe come through with the funds in some sort of fashion.
I will look into that, because the discussion that we had on Friday it sounded like the project was going to move forward. And because they were talking about, well, isn't this a little too late? Aren't we kind of going backwards in approving the study? Shouldn't they have done the study before the actual project? And so from my understanding, it sounds like the project is moving forward still.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And I'll take this opportunity to call on Mr. Macias because he was shaking his head. And I thought it was 20 million that had been cut from the budget. Is that correct, Mr. Macias?
Vice Chair and Commissioner Gomez, that is correct, and that's the starting number. Actually, it might be a little bit inverted. At first, they thought they were about 20 million shy on that project, and now they're estimating more. At last check-in with Secretary Serna and also with Joseph De La Rosa, that's chairman of the New Mexico Border Authority. That's one of the things that they're trying to address, so we can put out requests for an update on that as well, because we definitely have a vested interest with our industrial park there. I'll save you the trip, Commissioner Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Macias, and I agree with Commissioner Sanchez. That's what I had understood as well, that the funding had been cut. Oh, our chair's back. We're done with Commissioner report.
Oh, okay. So we're moving on to presentations.
Sir.
Item number 16, engagement. Oh,
I have a couple things I'd like to mention.
okay.
Last week, I had the opportunity to actually attend the command assumption by Command Sergeant Major, let me see if I get his name right. Command Sergeant Major Acevedo, who actually took over command as Command Sergeant Major White Sands. After that, I went down and we had the ribbon cutting at La Clinica de Familia on Lisa Drive in Chaparral. So now that was for the dental clinic. Now it's fully up and operational in Chaparral if anybody's interested in getting dental services at La Clinica de Familia in Chaparral. This morning, the reason I'm late is they had the command change from General Turner, who's actually taking an assignment in Hawaii out of White Sands. And now it's being assumption of command there now is from Colonel Morgan, who just came in from Marshall Islands, who is also a astronaut who spent 71 days in space and for NASA as part of his duties in the Army. So we look forward to working with them out at White Sands as well. That's all I've got right now. Thank you.
Okay. Now moving on to presentations. Item number 16, engagement and transparency, harnessing technology to expand county services, and we have Felipe. Yeah.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I know the majority of you guys, but if you do not recognize me, my name is Felipe Escobel. I'm the Web Services Manager for the IT department here in Doña County. And as part of a continuing presentation of what IT does, I'm here to present my team, which is the web team. So a little bit about us. The Web Services team, we work on online applications, online services. We integrate a lot of services online and mobile mobile applications, as well as maintaining and supporting AV equipment here. As you can see, our IT vision is to deliver secure and reliable technology solutions for the county. And as our team, we want to deliver innovative and user-centric website applications, and other services of the like. As you can see here, we have our organizational chart, which is our director, myself, and I have 2 web developers working with us. Our primary responsibilities is supporting our public website, our intranet sites, and other web applications, troubleshoot any issues, any errors, any problems, support our departments with their presence online, as well as maintain documentation and ensure security with best practices. And part of that is being on top of a lot of the technologies that are involved with online services, such as some languages listed here, SEO, and staying up to date with some of the technologies. Our team goals that align with the county initiatives, is to maintain optimal performance in our services for the public and for ourselves within the county, and most importantly, ensure data integrity and security. And we also document and a lot of the processes that we do and help train other folks within the county to help them work with this. Our year in review. So our team initiatives, as part for the goals, is maintain a user access and permissions and security for our internal users with our applications. We also like to optimize our databases and our back-end systems that feed a lot of these web applications. And also we help improve some of the AV equipment that are in here to further transparency. For example, during COVID, we were able to quickly integrate online teleconferencing with the video systems in here. A lot of it too is a good documentation and training materials to further propagate the knowledge of our services out there. Some of our major accomplishments that we've done, we've helped upgrade and redesign the Crua website, migrated to a cloud-based system for improved security and performance and accessibility. We are implementing the SharePoint backend system for all of the counties for better collaboration within departments and within each of the departments. And we'll be improving some of the AV products and equipment within here to help with the transparency part. The Crua website upgrade, essentially we redesigned it to make it more user-friendly. We developed it so they themselves can update the content rapidly with ever-changing focus. They have the ability to push out information, and it's also being cloud-based, so it improves security and uptime. And one other thing to note, it's also fully bilingual to better serve the community. SharePoint will help with communication and collaboration within departments, and it helps each department provide content that other departments would like to use, for example, HR with policies, HHS, et cetera. And it's going to be replacing our old intranet that we've had for a long time. And it's also being cloud-based. It helps, it allows folks, employees to access this content from outside the department without any special VPN, et cetera. And it's also fairly secure. Audiovisual enhancements, we would like to add more cameras and more microphones in here to pick up audio better. We also moved all of our meetings and recordings to the cloud, and we will be implementing closed captioning and translations into these monitors that you see around here. Some of the risks and challenges that we have are changing roles and skills. With new technology that are implemented, we require better training and more training for employees. We also need to get our stakeholders, our departments, to buy in to the changes in the usage of these new systems, which are replacing older systems that aren't as secure and reliable, et cetera, that we're trying to push out. With that also, we want to make sure that our security is tip-top and the best that we can provide for ourselves. Let's see, team performance. So here, it looks like the county manager's office really gives us a lot of work here, but we've closed out a fairly amount of tickets this year. We definitely like to help our departments and our counties with their updates to the website, with any other help and support. And we typically try to do this within the day or a couple of days that we receive the tickets. Good old SWOT analysis. So our strengths is we have a lot of experience within the department. We know what the department's like. We know what is needed and required for the departments. We have a lot of good collaboration with members of other departments. Some of our weaknesses is moving on to learning newer technologies, and especially with the training part. As we move on to new software, we need to make sure that we pass that knowledge along to our folk. But as part of opportunities, we're improving in our training profile. We've got an in-house trainer now that he learns the stuff along as we do, so we can help disseminate that information to the rest of the department. And some of the threats, as mentioned earlier, older systems have a lot of security loopholes in them. So as we move forward, replacing those systems, we want to make sure that we do it in a secure manner. Some of our other threats are staff retention. It's difficult to find folk that have the certain level of expertise required to fulfill some of these roles. Because especially in the security side, as we know, with current events, there's a lot of situation, a lot of opportunity for other folks to try to do harm to us in any way they can see fit. So improvement plans for our threats and weaknesses. So for all of our new systems that we're implementing, getting high-level training and certifications for those systems is important. We would also like to work with HR to attract better employees or higher rate employees and retain them, which has been a problem for our department. We get someone that's really good at what they do, and they get pulled away from us. So working with HR, we would like to change that. Of course, increasing security policies. I know most of you guys have seen all the emails that we get regarding doing those wiser videos and learning how threats look like. We've definitely been pushing that a lot recently. As we know, security is a big issue nowadays. And as far as our old legacy stuff, replacing the older systems with newer applications that fit everything that we mentioned earlier: better security, cloud-based, better access, and easier to use for the most part. Future goals. Improving organizational collaboration is a big plus, or a big goal for us. As mentioned earlier, with SharePoint, the entire county would be able to share documents a lot easier. We'd be able to access all these from any location without having to go through a VPN, without any added hurdles, but in a very secure fashion. The other one is increasing our transparency and communications with our constituents. I'll explain here in a little bit, but we have a new product coming out that will support the communications between the county and residents, and as well as improving our online visibility and services. For the improved collaboration, we'll be migrating our old internal intranet site to a SharePoint-based site will connect with all the other department SharePoint sites, and it's going to be a nice large repository of internal information where any user or department can select specific access or give specific access to anyone that they need to collaborate with. And again, one big plus is being able to do this outside the county if need be, without being in our network. As I mentioned earlier, we will be rolling out a new CRM, constituent relationship management system. And what this will allow us to do is allow the residents to communicate with the county. They can voice their concerns and issues and will be tracked reliably and securely within the system. It is also GIS based, so we can do a lot of reports depending on how many potholes your district has, as an example. We're also going to be improving our setup here in the chambers. As mentioned before, we will be doing real-time English and Spanish captioning, which also will be available for anyone present in the chambers or at home. And other little neat features like an audio microphone matrix. So if you have somebody in the crowd that would like to say something, especially for conference type of events, we don't have to run up with them with a microphone. They can just speak and it will pick it up. And also some of our equipment back there is about 6, 7, even several years older than that. And replacing and upgrading some of the systems will help the longevity of this chambers. Our increased visibility online. This is going to be a new county website, new redesigned website which will include many more features that we currently have, allowing myself and my team members to create more elaborate forms and other functionalities that help improve interaction with residents and the county. As we move along further, we can do an update later on and to show off the website and all its new bells and whistles. And with that, do you guys have any questions?
Commissioners, any comments or questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Felipe.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned a couple of things that I was curious about. And one is the fact that we have trouble recruiting and retaining people that have certain skill sets, and you're working with HR. Is there anything this board or the county manager can do to help with that process?
I believe we could get support by reclassifying some of the positions or going with a finer tooth comb. Technology is a very weird thing. It could be very specific or broad, and some of the wording, some of what is asked could be the difference between, certain pay grade and not. But I think I would let my director explain more on that part.
You handled that really well, sir. I appreciate you, Felipe. Nice dancing.
Have you, another possibility, have we considered maybe a different plan for work hours, maybe go to a 4-10 schedule or something rather than, 5 days a week, 8 hours a day? Or is anything like that a benefit, or more flexible time, or anything we can set a policy for?
Well, you can ask Andres's team. They work 9-10s most of the time. They're always on. We always have situations with weather, with network issues, not just internally here, but countywide network issues. IT tends to be in the building or from home a lot more than what other people see and notice. Flexibility is definitely a great point. I know it could be a positive for several of the employees and for attracting future employees. So I would say yes. I think changing the traditional work hour role would benefit us.
I see, it's something we've actually not addressed as a board or thought about in the past, but I think if we're having trouble recruiting people, we need to start thinking about how we can move our workforce into a 21st century type model so that they can have more flexible work hours, 4-10, so they can get 3 days off a week. I think it's something we should consider, and if that's something you're struggling with, I think I would encourage you to talk to our leadership about possibly addressing some of those things with your manager as well.
Yes, sir.
See if that helps, okay? The other thing I want to know is the CRM system, Customer Records Management System. Is that going to give us the ability to see, get more response and results about exactly what's going on with our public? because I know that with better tracking and better access to provide that information, we should be able to get some reports on that on a regular basis as a board as well.
Yes, the new CRM system will allow a lot of the employees, a lot of directors, the ability to be appointed some of the issues that are out there, and it tracks the progress of what is being done for those issues, to address those issues, and it would also report back to the public. So as as a resident has a pothole in Commissioner Sanchez's district, he can, call it in. His office will push it along to the proper department, and notes would be added to it, and the resident will be able to see the progress of what those are, as well as the commissioner. You'll get to see what the roads department has been doing to address it, what notes have been done. And also it is GIS based, and this will allow for, let's say this one particular pothole has been an issue, as residents go to report on it, it's already in the system, and they can emphasize that they can, bring it up more in the CRM to bring more focus to it as problematic.
Sounds to me like the CRM system's actually going to give us some long-term data as well, some trending information that we haven't had in the past.
Correct. Its reporting tools is fairly powerful. Of course, it's only as good as the information that is entered into it. So going back with some of the weaknesses and potential risks are training. So part of implementing this new CRM, we will be doing extensive training with the vendor and with our own training guy, Daniel. He has been along with all of the meetings, and he will help us as county employees learn the system to best assist the public in their concerns and issues.
Well, thank you very much. And I would appreciate you all working with our staff to make sure we understand and look at some flexible ways that we can understand how to recruit and retain the right kind of people at the county. So if you could work with us, I appreciate it.
Thank you. We will.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Good morning, Felipe.
morning.
Felipe, I have some questions regarding the English and Spanish real-time interpretation, captioning. So I guess my question is, if someone directs comments to the commission in Spanish, will that function the same way?
Yes, ma'am. We've been doing some tests in the last several meetings, and as a matter of fact, we had an example where you yourself started doing the Spanglish thing, going back and forth. And me as a first-gen American, English is my second language. I can speak with my dad in 2 different languages without skipping a beat. It did pick up the change in language. So when you went from English to Spanish, it showed the Spanish part translated into English seamlessly. And it will be able to do it vice versa. So when, as residents here, they can come here with a mobile app, they can select what language they want to hear. It's not only English and Spanish, but they can select any other language. As the meetings are going along, it will, if someone begins speaking in Spanish, or we have Spanish presenters, you will see it in English just fine. And if they change both languages, it will do it accordingly. We also plan to having them up on the screens as well. So I don't know if I let the cat out of the hat, but I'm excited for this service. As we've been doing some of this testing, especially in our region, in our part of the world, I think it's very useful. And with modern technology, what this can facilitate is fantastic.
And Felipe, I think you read my mind on my next question, because I have Vietnamese constituents in my district, and it's difficult at times to communicate with them. So I know that maybe 1 or 2 might want to present to the commission. Will that function as well if they speak in Vietnamese? Will we be able to?
As far as I'm concerned, from what I've experienced, I haven't tried the Vietnamese feature on there, but if you would like to get with us, we can do some tests, certainly, may make sure it does, but I have a good feeling that it will have that ability to do so. Because we did test both English and Spanish, our primary languages here, but as part of the output, I believe it's like 100 and some languages. I think you can do it in Esperanto as well. I don't know who speaks Esperanto, but it's certainly on the list.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I had a couple. And I think going back to what Commissioner Reynolds says, I think one of the things that I think we've talked about with Kent was in the past was when you're trying to recruit, I know there's one ability might be that we look at either having interns come in through NMSU and or with a pathway in which they come in full-time with potentially the ability to obtain a certain levels of certifications. And in you know, maybe that's an opportunity to work with HR, or they have a commitment that if we're going to put in X amount of dollars to them, they commit to work for us for 2 years or something at least. And maybe they enjoy it and say they want to stick around. If not, you know, it's just a way maybe perhaps for us to build a pipeline. But I appreciate you putting in, at least under the SWOT, about the staff retention and kind of going that. And along with that, I noticed you mentioned the legacy codes. Do we have many legacy programs that we're still having to support? And are there plans to update those into more modern day, up-to-date systems that we might be able to have better support for?
So without exposing ourselves too much on the public and our insecurity stuff, there are still some legacy systems that have a plan for moving forward. Some other ones are still in the research phase, trying to see what best suits as a replacement. There has been done a lot of work to get rid of a lot of the older stuff already. Migration to a new database structure. Workday was a big thing that helped move things. I know with the assessors and the treasurers departments, there's been moving away from older systems. But do we still have a couple out there? Maybe. But we do have a plan, and that's one of our main focuses at the point, particularly with security being an issue. Those provide some potential problems. So I'm not saying we do or we don't for certain, but we are.
I think I just wanted to understand, like I said, as we move forward, is, you know, how do we work on, you know, if it's a department that has very specific software or such, you know, that obviously presents some challenges, but is there, so I just wanted to know, like I said, if there is a plan potentially built in, so that way when we're looking at the budget over the next few years, we can try to start planning those in and eliminating or at least updating to current day and age software. So
and most certainly, and as part, if I may add to that, part of the some of our other hurdles is, as we do move away from older systems, we have a lot of employees that are accustomed to those, to how they work. We also have to create a training plan for that migration to a new system. So we can buy the latest and greatest and implement it, but if we don't have stakeholder buy-in, if we don't have the appropriate training, it may not be as smooth as one would like it to be. So part of, like you were saying, part of budget will be training on as well as the system itself. That's a major concern for us, is making sure that not only do we replace something that's old with something fancy and new, but that people will appreciate it and utilize it to its full potential.
Okay. And I think one of the things, as you mentioned, the SharePoints, I would hope, I know when we have this initiative to create more standard operating procedures or SOPs, and I would love to see like one SharePoint that is just SOPs, and you could, and maybe this is just thinking out loud, like it's like, okay, like if anybody across any department wants to know what it is, they're like, oh, I'll just go to this SOP, look for my department, and then I can find what I need. So I'm excited for the idea of SharePoints because it creates these places where we can share this information.
It's like a self-service center. It's a well thought out self-service center for the ability to search for some of the documentation rather quickly. Yeah. And part of our strengths too that I mentioned earlier, as far as collaboration and knowing folks, we also have folks in the community, like the city of Las Cruces has been great help with the SharePoint endeavor that we have. Hopefully maybe we can even get a position that is focused on SharePoint as a whole, as it's going to be a major part of our IT world moving forward.
Yeah. Good. And then the only other, I think the last item I had was, I think when we talked CRM, and I don't know, was it going to have the ability to do heat maps?
From what I've seen as far as the presentation, their demo, it does. It might not be like the way it looks like when there's a heat wave out here, you know, with the red and whatnot, but it does have the circles. With the bigger the circle, the more concerns in that area, more issues. Yeah. And we're working with our GIS department to get some of our data out from them to the vendor so it can all be implemented.
And I think when we had the presentation, I think it was last week, or not last week, 2 weeks ago, with
Ms. Martin.
Yeah, with the ability to, like, especially for the illegal dumping, and being able to see that on a map, like just visually, I think is an amazing, you know, in addition to being able to drill down exactly like the details you're talking about. Because I think, like, if you're seeing a hot spot in one area, I mean, you know, we can see, you know, seeing a lot of complaints about a particular issue with, you know, it could be, I know illegal dumping is one thought, but one item, but could it be the roads? Could it be, you know, or the funny thing that comes to mind is, do we have a very vocal constituent that's highlighting a bunch of issues, and maybe we have those one-on-one conversations, not necessarily saying, hey, don't report anything, but I think it's one of those like, hey, how can we be here to support you and be more proactive so that way you're not always having to enter so much in, you know, what can we do? And I think it's all part of taking that data, and I think I geek out when I see the potential for having data that we can use so that way we can better predict what we can start, you know, out there for our different departments to be more proactive. If they're starting to see more of these complaints, maybe they build it into plan to start, you know, assessing things or going into an area to address these things because maybe we had a weather event that caused these things. You know what I mean? There's so much potential. So I'm excited for it. I'm excited with the move to technology. And I've seen so much movement, I think, particularly on the IT side, that it's exciting to see how we're moving towards a modern day and age. I will say I did notice, and Scott, you know, the county manager's team had the most number of help desk tickets for that. I don't know if that's a result of us commissioners or.
No comments, sir.
We could break it down a little bit more if you need, you know. But going back to what you're talking about with the heat maps and all that, moving forward with a lot of these new products that we're going for, it's going to allow us to combine all that information into one area. Part of the whole improving transparency and information for residents is that before, for a long time, we had an email address, you send in a complaint, and maybe the pothole got filled later on. We definitely want to move away from that. We are residents much more than that. And with these new tools, it will allow us to better control it on our end, to track it and follow through, and for the residents to see that, you know, their hard-earned tax dollars are being put into a good place.
Awesome. No, I appreciate it. And I think, like, for us as commissioners, when we go out into the community and we have our meetings, I know for me, Susie's able to pull all of the IQ, right? I know it's IQ right now, but the IQ cases and review, hey, here's just a heads up. Here's all the ones we've had in this area so we can talk about them, acknowledge some of the issues if we have any issues or addressing some of these. but I think having this is amazing. So thank you so much for your presentation.
And we're excited to present and move forward.
Great job, Felipe.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Excellent. Well, thank you guys. You guys have a great day.
Thank you. Next up, we have item number 17, which is Kaizen software preview by by Misty Dawn. Welcome.
I put this low because I'm sure. Good morning, Commission Chair and Vice Chair and Commission. My name is Misty Dawn Benavides. I am the Property Manager for Doña County Facilities and Services Department, and I'm going to be here today to briefly run through our Kaizen software, which is going to be a facility usage platform in which people can go online and rent a facility, whether it be a community center, a park, a ballpark, a skate park, or whatever amenities that we have out there, online, because we currently do it all through paper right now, and we're actually using Microsoft Outlook calendar to schedule all of these appointments. So basically, what Kaizen is it's going to help our communities not only rent certain areas, but also discover that we have areas out there that some people don't know about. We do have a lot of trails that are coming up. We also have fitness centers that we're implementing, along with, there's been talks about splash pads, and then along with the county manager and the management department, the skating rink and all those, the fairgrounds and all those other amenities. So it'll give the public an opportunity to see what the facilities and parks department of Doña County actually really has. It's a platform that can be reserved from anywhere, anytime, and any place. It also has the capability to do registrations for programs. So if we have a Zumba class out there, they can register for the Zumba class. If they have Health and Human Services, who puts on a lot of their programs, they are able to register for those programs as well. Again, along with the field and facility rentals. And then it's also going to help in our inventory management at our centers and different facilities like our parks and what we have as far as gazebos, picnic tables, grills. A lot of people don't know that we have all that out there, so it'll help with that as well. And again, it's going to just ease the booking process to use these facilities, and then the payment process, and streamline that entire process as well. As far as the signage is concerned, we currently have some old signage up there that basically just says if you want to use this community center to call this number. This will be the updated signage. As you can see, there's a new phone number on there. That's the direct line. We also had created Ask Facilities at doñaana.gov because, believe it or not, we do get a lot of phone calls and a lot of emails with people wanting to use our facilities. And then we also have our website, which is going to be www.discoverfacilities@doñaana.gov. So as you can see as well on the top right-hand corner, well, if you're left, which way it is, yeah, there's going to be a QR code that can be used as well for ease of getting information. This is basically the page on one of the Kaizen's website, about with our community centers. So our first phase right now is our community centers. And we have all the community centers currently on this page. Right now, you can see Anthony, Betty McKnight, Butterfield, Colquitt, and then our other community centers. Hopefully we'll be getting updated, better photos on some of them as we make improvements to all these facilities. And then also here's the other page, which kind of gives our amenities and what the center has, and where you can go on there and you can reserve the facility through this platform. And then we also, our phase 2 will be our fairgrounds. So we will be implementing our fairgrounds usage. Right now, we use what we call Easy Stall for people to use, for people to rent and use our RVs, hookups that are out there, along with the stalls as well. And this is, it's been working great. And again, it's through an app that you download on your phone where somebody can just go and download it and then pay and rent an RV space or a stall anytime, any day of the week. Our third phase would be our parks and our baseball fields. As you can see, we have one of our baseball fields right here, and that, I believe, is the gazebo that we have out in Doña that a lot of people don't know that belongs to us. We recently had a very beautiful wedding out there by one of our constituents, and that turned out really good. So people can rent that gazebo for, for whatever event they would have, from a wedding to a quinceañera to whatever they feel they need to use it for. Also, here in a few minutes, we're gonna get Maureen Boyer, who works with Kaizen, so she can demonstrate a reservation, on the ease of the reservation to go in there and how it's going to work, and the entire platform as a user and us as the administrator. So I will hold off on questions until she's done, and then we'll go from there.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can you see me as well?
No. Well, okay.
No problem. So I'll try to share my screen. And hopefully you'll be able to see. Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Maureen. I'm responsible for the implementation process here at Kaizen. Kaizen is a software to facilitate parks and recreation services. And I've been working hard with Misty and with Mr. Herrera to get all your facilities on the site. So I'm going to present to you what we call the sandbox site. And this is going to be a one-to-one reflection of the live site that you will have. It's very, very easy on the resident side. So this will be the homepage. This is the homepage where everyone will have access to, will be able to make reservations. And once you have programs, you will also have the programs link up here. It's easy to create an account from here. Creating an account is just clicking this button, either continue with Google or adding your email address and password. And then to log in, back, easy login. For me, I use Google, and then easy. And then from here, you'll be able to have access to your account, and then all your account information, calendar to view what's available, when facilities are available or not, adding additional payment methods, and then all your reservations will also be in here. So you'll be able to control the reservation. All right, now to do a reservation, it's pretty easy. So you can access the facilities, and as Misty said, right now we only have the community centers, and then we'll move on to fairgrounds and fields. The first, you can access it and explore facilities, reservations, or even this box here. So let's go to explore facilities. This is where you'll find all of the facilities that you will have on the site. So to make a reservation, you'll just select the facility that you need, and then from here you could see all the photos, a map of what's available for reservation, photos of the facility itself. And the description of the facility, the address. You can even open it in Google Maps just to see exactly where it is, which amenities are there, and anything, history, fun facts, or any rules about the facility can be added to this. And then for any cancellation policies, they could download an email attachment. So when they make a reservations, when you make a reservation, you get a PDF of all the rules and regulation, cancellation policies. You can even download those rules from the facility itself. Then you click on reserve a facility. And then click on reserve, and then you can pick a date from here. This is where you could pick a date, and depending on the date that you choose, it'll let you know if that date is available, if that time is available. So make a reservation, choose the amount of hours that you want. Maybe it's just 2 hours. The pricing is here, the minimum reservation time and the maximum reservation time, what time that the reservation is available, when you can make the reservations. You can even make it a recurring if possible. And when you make it a recurring, you could custom choose which dates and when it ends. And then next, you'll be able to add your name, your full name here. I will do my own name. And you can add your phone number if it's optional. If you're logged into your account, all of that information will pre-populate for you. But I will add my, just a random address. Add the amount of people that you're expecting. Next, then this is where you'll be in the cart. So once you have the cart, you'll enter your payment information, and then you'll confirm, and then that is it. So it's as easy as that.
Thank you, Maureen. With that being said and done, do you all have any questions for us?
Go ahead. Thank you, Misty Dawn. I think the only question I have is going to be around how, when we have larger facility, because I hear this from Radium Springs, I've heard where if somebody rents the facility that they're outside chasing like kids and people off from the basketball courts and things like that from the outside. So I just want to see if, how you mentioned in Doña Ana, the plaza and things, there will be a way in which to make it very clear what they're reserving versus maybe what's not, because I don't want to, my hope is not to create, these conflicts that we have, and thank you, within the community, because someone rents it and they're saying, no, this is totally ours for the next 4 hours. And, I don't know if there's a way to differentiate or delineate what they are.
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner and Chair and Vice Chair. We are addressing those issues as we are encountering them. This is a pilot process that we're going through. We have identified some heartaches and pains but we are able to identify that when you're renting a community center, that's what strictly you're renting, is the interior of the community center. We also have other playgrounds that are in the vicinity, because those basically are open to the public. And we can't really shut down a park or privatize a public park, because it is what it is, a public park, and it is open to the public. We do address that now in the conversations with the users so that they're able to understand. And then also too, because we've had an issue with parking, because we have baseball parks that are adjoining the community centers, and they're wondering, well, we got here and these baseball park users are in the parking lot of the community center. Where do we park? So yes, we are addressing those issues as well.
Okay.
Mr. Herrera?
Hello, Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Sanchez. So we are also as part of this Kaizen implementation, we are revamping our policies and procedures for the entire way we manage our facilities. And part of that includes a pre-rental screening and orientation, and a post-rental screening and orientation to explain those types of items to the rentals. So we will be bringing that very soon to the commission for acceptance. It's a new policy and resolution that will outline a lot of it and answer a lot of those questions.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
And with that new resolution, I would definitely ask that you please get commission input prior to bringing it to this commission. So if you can either send it to us via email and we can go over it prior, because this is a very outward-facing resolution that will really affect a lot of our constituents, and this is what we get a lot of calls on. So please do your homework and do your due diligence and involve us on the front end.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds and Vice Chair.
Oh, didn't hear you, Commissioner. Shout it out.
Well, actually, I have some similar questions about, just as an example, we have facilities with multiple, you said inside they get to rent the whole facility, but we have facilities that have partitioned areas and other rooms as well. So an example would be in Chaparral at Dolores, right? Or I can't remember one, the one I usually go to. And they have a partition between the pool table and the area where you can actually have a meeting. So, I mean, are we going to section that off and say, you want to rent the pool table, you want to rent the facility, you want to rent the cafeteria? I mean, I think we have to delineate between which facilities are actually can be used independently and which ones can be shared. And I think that's kind of one of the complicated issues I'd like to understand before we move forward very much with this, because I know we have several facilities that are like even out there, we've got skate park, bicycle park, we got basketball courts, we got tennis courts. I mean, we have to have all those facilities available for rent independently, I believe. And I'm like the chair, I'd like to understand how we're going to do that before we start moving too far forward on this.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Reynolds, Commission Chair and Vice Chair. As I don't know if you saw, but in the rental area where there's a floor plan, and it's on that floor plan, it's identified as rentable or usable space, because some of our kitchens in our community centers are not allowed to be rented out by the public or used by the public due to the New Mexico Environmental Department rules and regulations. So it is identified currently right now in the community centers what's the usable space in that particular facility. Then, as you saw, we will be phasing out the parks, the skate parks, the playgrounds, and we'll be featuring all those areas as well. But each piece will be identified and how it can or cannot be used.
Thank you. That's what I think we need. Thank you.
Chair, if I may add, Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Reynolds. So we are also looking at the way our facilities are laid out, and we are right now working on a plan to add more access control so we can lock other areas, especially the kitchens, other rooms. So if computer rooms, any other sections that can be, we can break it down into sections. Say, you rented just the large area instead of the other classrooms or whatever. So we're going to be breaking all that down. We are also, putting a restriction on the time of use. I know HHS has a lot of staff in some of these facilities, so maybe those are only rentable after a certain amount of time, after 5 o'clock or something, after HHS staff is gone, and then they can section off the portion that is being rented. So we are looking at that as part of our implementation plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. So I'm going to talk about baseball fields because I know that people are probably scheduling practice or whatever. Will those be rented as well or just assigned to a particular, I'm thinking about T-ball teams and, sometimes they could run a little longer, or the ones that are renting the fields at present, will you be contacting them, communicating with them and telling them this is going to be our new program? Because I can't imagine having 3 or 4 baseball teams out there trying to see who is going to use what field at what time.
Chair, Commissioners, Vice Chair. Chaparro. So yes, we are putting together a plan with the county management that we are reviewing as part of the new process that will include seasons. You know, if you want to have a league play, for say the first January through July, you apply for that season. We would reserve that for you, outline what times and dates you have. We're also going to reserve certain days and times for what we call free play, where anybody from the public can just walk in and use it, but it'll be, we'll also reserve a day of the week or a couple of days of the week or times for Little League play only or senior play. So we are looking at all of that and putting that as part of the plan that will come forward to the commission very soon for approval.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Any other questions?
Any other questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I just have one question.
Of course.
When a person's going to be booking for one of these facilities, I see where it shows that it's going to show the price like for, $75 for 3 hours. Is that amount going to be charged at the time of booking?
Chair, Commissioner Gameros, yes, that will be charged. Just like when you book a hotel room, it's charged to your credit card. And then once on the back end, our staff reviews the rental and approves it, because it's just reserved. Once it's approved, you will get notified that it is approved, your event is approved, and your credit card will be charged. And then if you say you cancel it, there will be a time frame to cancel it. If you cancel it within 48 hours or whatever we set the limit to, then it'll just automatically be refunded.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, and just two questions really quickly. The Kaizen website, what is the web address going to be
What is what, I'm sorry?
for the rental website?
So basically, it's going to be the www.explorefacilities.doñaana.gov.
Okay, so recommendation that I got on my phone is maybe do like a rent.doñaana.gov, quite smaller, easier to remember, more than explore facilities. And it's not taken, I just Googled it. So that might be something worthwhile to explore. Secondly, is this gonna integrate into our current website seamlessly, or is this gonna be another separate website that we have here at the county?
So we have been working with our IT department, and our IT department has been in these meetings
Okay.
to where everything's integrated the way it's
Perfect.
supposed to be.
Okay. Perfect. Those are my two questions, or my suggestion and my question. Any other commission input? Seeing none, thank you, Misty, for your presentation today, and thank you for joining us
Chair.
online.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Commission.
Okay, next up, we do have our minutes from June 10th, 2025 for a regular meeting and our work session of June 17th. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Go ahead.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez
Second.
and a second by Commissioner Gomeros. Any comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro? Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries. Minutes are approved for both. Next up, we do have several approvals. First approval is authorization to publish notice of hearing, title, and general summary to consider an ordinance approving, say that?
ThyssenKrupp?
Say that?
Isn't it ThyssenKrupp?
ThyssenKrupp?
I think so.
These ThyssenKrupp or ThyssenKrupp Materials in the Economic Development Act, a LEADER project. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Can we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez and a second by Commissioner Gomeros? Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a request to publish title and general summary for a LEADA project to benefit ThyssenKrupp Materials. It will be a manufacturing facility for raw materials. And they have been awarded $500,000 from the New Mexico Economic Development Department. And so if subsequently approved, the ordinance would allow the county to serve as the fiscal agent. We would publish the notice for a public hearing on July 8th with your approval.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioners, any comments, questions, concerns? Pretty straightforward. Okay, I think we're good. Do we need anything else on your end?
Just a vote?
Okay.
Do we need a vote?
Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds? Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro? Chair Shaw Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. LIDA project is authorized.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we do have item number 20, which is a memorandum of agreement with Jardín de los Niños to assist with the hatch expansion project. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
I'll move approval, Sanchez.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez and a second by Commissioner Gameros. And welcome to Samesworth.
Thank you. This is a request from Jardín de los Niños, a nonprofit that provides services for children and families that are housed or near unhoused. And they have a grant from HUD, which would fund a project in Hatch. Although Hatch is under the jurisdiction of the village of Hatch, they are unable to assist. The federal regulations require that they partner with a local government in order to certify their environmental review, which is required by their funding. This is also a phased project, and they have requested that we also include in this MOA the ability for the county to serve as fiscal agent in the future if needed by other funding sources. We do have a representative, Dr. Michelle Adames, the CEO of Jardín de los Niños, is here in case you have any questions.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioners? We're easy today, guys.
Yeah, that's great.
Staff, you should have asked for so much more today.
We just wore you
Everyone
down.
said no. Brandy, go ahead with that roll call vote.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro? Chair Shaw Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. MOU is approved.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we do have the appointment of 4 members to the Doña County International Jetport Advisory Board. Commissioners, do we want to make a motion and then amend the motion to appoint the 4 that we vote on?
Mr. Chair, I move to amend.
No, move
No.
to approve.
I move to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. So welcome, Mr. Province.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chair.
Good morning.
Today, you will be asked to select 4 candidates for the Airport Advisory Board. 2 will serve regular 3-year term appointments, whose terms will expire on 30th of June 2028. 1 will fill a vacant position whose term will expire on June 30th of 26. And 1 will fill a vacant position whose term will expire in 2 years on June 30th of 2027. There is 1 candidate that has expressed a desire, is currently on the board and expressed a desire to serve on another term. And there are 6 other candidates who have applied to serve on the board. I would also like to mention that this board will be very important in the roles of advising for the airport master plan update that will be starting very shortly.
Okay.
You've been given the credentials for each candidate. I will pass out the ballots. Okay. Yeah, pass out the ballots. And I would like to allow the candidates who are in attendance to address the board concerning their credentials and interest in the Airport Advisory Board. I believe we have Brock Benjamin, David Horsley, and David McKay.
Okay, if you all want to come on up and form a line and introduce yourself, please state your name and keep it short and sweet, please.
My name's David Horsley. I would like, and I won't take a long time, but I would like to use my 50 years of experience as a pilot and a business owner in New Mexico and West Texas to advance the cause of the Doña County Airport, the jetport. I really believe there's a tremendous amount of potential. If you look at what's going on right now with the big, gigantic hangar that the Hunt companies are building, I think more of that can happen. I think we can also, if we build the crosswind runway, we could get a lot more GA traffic and transient traffic in. And I'd like to make the airport really friendly for transient aircraft to come in and visit, to buy fuel and get all their services done there, the maintenance. I think there's a need for more FBOs. That's people that can provide service, training, and maintenance at that airport. And I think the opportunity is great for a tremendous expansion. And I won't take any more of your time. Thank you.
Chair, Vice, excuse me, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Brock Benjamin. I am the one that has probably the disqualifying characteristic. I am an attorney in El Paso. I have an airplane that I store at the Doña Airport. I'm as I said, an attorney. I practice in Texas and New Mexico, kind of go across the state lines. I enjoy aviation. I'm an 1,800-hour private pilot. I use my airplane. I'm going to South Dakota tomorrow. So I travel. I don't really have any other statements or anything prepared. I just showed up to express my interest and would enjoy serving. Thank you.
Chair and Commissioners, good morning. My name is David McKay, and what I offer to this role, the Airport Advisory, is really my experience. So just briefly, I was born and raised in the north of Scotland. I served in the Air Force, the Royal Air Force, mostly in West Germany, serving for the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, who was a NATO four-star general. I then became a test pilot, worked a lot with the US Marine Corps, doing some joint trials on the Aviate-B. And then I joined the airlines and was a captain on the 747s and on the A340 for a few years for Virgin Atlantic. I also, you've got this excellent War Eagles Museum at the airport there. I was also a historic aircraft display pilot for 22 years. I've got about 15,000 hours on 150 different types. I moved with my family to the US in 2011 to take up a position as chief pilot for Virgin Galactic. We moved to New Mexico 5 years ago. I flew the first human spaceflight from New Mexico. I flew Sir Richard Branson back in 2021 as well. In all of that, I spent a lot of time working with the FAA and working with the DoD and talking about integrating into the national airspace system here. So I've got a lot of experience in that area, and that's what I hope to bring to this role. I was very briefly an airfield manager back in the UK, albeit at a small grass airfield, but I was also the person behind the runway extension at Spaceport America. We had a 2,000-foot extension put onto that runway, and so I built that case. So that's what I offer up for this role. Thank you.
Any others? Okay,
We would ask that you would vote for 4 members, and those with the most votes will get the first 3-year, or the 3-year term, and then down to the 2 and the 1, okay?
so how would you like us to annotate who gets what?
1, 2, 3,
Rate
and
'em
4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Got it. Uno, dos, tres. Would you like us to read them out loud, or are you going to collect? I'll collect them and read them, if that's okay. Sure, you got it. It's yours. The less I have to talk today, the better.
Commissioner Reynolds. Number 1, David Horsley. Number 2, David McKay. Number 3, Ralph Owens. Number 4, Brock Benjamin. Commissioner Sanchez. Number 1, Ralph Owens. Number 2, David Horsley. Number 3, David McKay. Number 4, Brock Benjamin. Commissioner Gameros. Number 1, Ralph Owens. Number 2, David Horsley. Number 3, David McKay. Number 4, Terry Sharp. Commissioner Chaparro. Number 1, Terry Sharp. Number 2, Ralph Owens. Number 3, David McKay. Number 4, Lyle Weatherworth Holt. Commissioner Sergio Hernandez. Number 1, Ralph Owens. Number 2, David Horsley. Number 3, Terry Sharp. Number 4, John McDermott.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner?
Yeah, while they're putting this together, I believe I was out of the chambers when they voted on item number 19. I'd like to express that I approve that for my vote.
Huh?
I don't think I was in the chamber when you voted on item 19. And I would like to express publicly that I approve that and register my vote.
Well, the vote's already been cast, but thank you for your support. I appreciate it.
Okay, after totaling them up, the number 1 was Ralph Owens. Number 2 was David Horsley. Number 3, David McKay. Number 4, Terry Sharp.
Okay.
So Ralph Owens and David Horsley will serve 3-year term. David McKay, the 2-year term, and Terry Sharp, 1.
Okay. Do you have that written down for me so I can read it into an amendment to the motion? Thank you, sir. 3, 2, 1. Okay. So I make a motion. So Ralph Owens will be serving a what year term? 3-year term. David will be serving a
3.
3. David McKay will be serving a 2. And Terry Sharp will be serving a 1. Okay, thank you. Okay, board, I would like to make an amendment to the motion that we approve Ralph Owens to serve a 3-year term, David Horsley to serve a 3-year term, David McKay to serve a 2-year term, and Terry Sharp to serve a 1-year term.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to my amendment. Any discussion? Brandy, if you'll roll call us on the amendment to the motion, please.
Commissioner Gomeros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Amendment carries. Now if you'll roll call us on the amended motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Gomeros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries. Congratulations to our new board members. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we do have item number 22, which is our project ranking and resolution adopting the 2027 through 2031 Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan. We do have our Assistant County Manager, Mr. Macias, here, but first off, to kick it off, if we can entertain a motion, please.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds and a second by Commissioner Gomeros. Welcome, Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Chair. Jonathan Macias, Assistant County Manager, and I am tasked with presenting a streamlined version of the ICIP review and ranking process. This will be for the, forgive me, there's a little bit of a typo, the 2027-2031 year. As we move on, I just wanted to start with something that probably we should be doing a little bit more frequently, and that's just thanking the people that have done the heavy lift in the past. In the past, this was done previously by Michelle Blackwell, who's now currently in the Flood Commission, Cindy Beakley, who is now under the reorg Public Works Department or Engineering previously, as well as Bobby Sanchez, who's now also in Public Works, but previously held a post in the Facilities Department. If you see them and also any of the other department admins that support with these projects, please thank them, because when our list grew to be 83, it became a very laborious task. And I won't get into all the intricacies of what it's like to navigate the complications of DFA. But thank you to them, and thank you even to Michelle, who, when she's not in the office, sends me text messages about how we could be doing things better, which I also appreciate, unless she just walked in. So let's talk a little bit first about what is the Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan so that we can level set. It is a planning tool. It is intended to be a critical project list that we convey and that becomes our Northern Star that also links with our vital conditions or our strategic plan. It's intended to give us the discipline of us plotting out over the next 5 years, and then we do that every year. We re-rank, we look at it, we see what actually needs to be done. And then also is intended to help us proactively look at avoiding emergency situations. A good example of that might be some of the critical needs that we're experiencing with some of the manholes and the lift stations throughout the community as we assess the critical needs of some of those aging infrastructure due to the high sulfur environments. It's also intended to be a guide for state and federal funding. That doesn't mean that this overrides the good work that we do with our partners, whether it be HDR, Wilson and Company, or Insight Network, but it means that we're getting more advocacy even at the state level, because then the state starts looking at our goals and making suggestions, in addition to what happens with our other legislative or entities or delegations like the state or the federal, where they also advocate for us through the congressionally designated spending request. It's not intended to be a funding source. I think that's a little bit of a misconception that we send this out there and then it becomes an automatic opportunity for funding. It does not do that. And it's not intended to be a list of community pet projects. So we have to be really careful about practicing discipline, because I think as we reflect on the last two ranking that we did here at the county and in this chamber, we did find that there were a couple of projects that, how did they get on there and why were they persisting? And we'll talk a little bit more about the details of that. We also had some feedback from last year, actually about a year ago that we did this, and I wanted to bring us back to some of that feedback and how we integrated it. So the first one was Commissioner Reynolds saying, get money from state and other sources. And so the departments, and this is paraphrasing, but it's also how some of y'all speak, so it's a good reflection on our Toastmasters initiative, right, County Manager Andrews? But all kidding aside, it gives us an opportunity to challenge the departments to go out and get other funding. That comment was specific to the equipment shed that was being requested at the jetport. And so Bill and Jody took it to heart, and it was one of the reasons you took action on receiving funding on that a couple of commission meetings ago. Commissioner Sanchez, you said, maybe there should be a threshold, maybe 250 or more, and so we took that into account. The suggested threshold was actually 500,000. And it allowed us to prune and shed a lot of projects that were aging on that timeline. And then last but not least, Commissioner Sheldro Hernandez, you said, have a conversation to fund small projects as a board based on governor feedback and having conversations early. I think last time you were concerned that we were having this right up until the deadline. So just know that today we technically do have one other commission meeting. If something doesn't feel right, we have a little bit of a buffer to be able to revisit. But because many of you stayed up late with me last night at 10 o'clock or even a little bit later, we actually got all the rankings in, and so we can review them together with the transparent approach with the community. So then what did we do different in terms of a method of prep and review for this year? Well, we put in that approach of removing projects that had that were totaling or had a remaining need of 500,000 or less. We put a big pause on most facility projects pending the outcome of the master planning, which I believe will now be going for RFP review this Thursday. We had a little bit of a delay, but that will be moving forward this Thursday from what I understand. We'll continue to provide updates if anything else shifts. And then, of course, pending the outcome of the 2025 Quality of Life Bond, and as that referendum continues to make motion, the reason being that if we make investments in our community, we want to be careful not to duplicate efforts, especially as we talk about maybe some of these new amenities that might have us reprogramming some of our facilities. We also removed projects that were entirely funded by any other resources, like the one that we talked about related to the jetport. And then last but not least, we worked on themes. And this is going to be the most important one. We focused on water, wastewater, flood protection, and public safety projects. Ideally, we start thinking about what our abilities are here at the county, and maybe every other year we start shifting and trying to challenge ourselves for these 5-year projects, how we might be able to complete them in half the time, or even sooner if we can get funding from other places. Highlights and changes as a result of those implementations, our total list was reduced from 80 plus to about 19 projects. I think last time we had 83. It was at the request of the then chair that we actually leave all of them as references so that we see how we wanted to go and approach other pots of funding for completing the projects. But as we move forward, those will be taken on by the departments. We met with all of them, including some of the supporting departments like the Flood Commission, are asking for their top 3. And now we're able to put that back on the department to see how they're going to take ownership and how they'll also come back to the commission to say, this project only needs $100,000 for completion. Can we put that up at mid-year or for our next budget? 9 were marked removed as they were fully funded or are intended to be completed. 19 projects removed or paused from facilities for the aforementioned reasons. 28 projects were removed that were under the $500,000 threshold. And as we take action today, it will be by resolution and it will supersede the previous one. This will put us on track for a submission of the July 11th deadline. If you do choose to not take action today, just know that you will put us in a little bit more of a crunch time because there are still some forms that we have to fill out downwind, and then it also rank and submit to DFA. So I was going to say some dramatic drum roll, but I think this is just the best way to approach it. This is your combined ranking. Thank you, Vice Chair. This is your combined ranking based on all of yours. They were done automated based on your individual. So you'll see the L in front of the project title refers to the original line. So if you have that a sheet in front of you that would allow you to go back and look exactly at that project. We can also broadcast it up on the screen, but I'll need help from the control room. And if we want to get into some of the details, I'll flip back and forth. This is the ranking by district. And I think this is a really important opportunity for us to look at. I'll highlight here with my little pointer at the top right-hand corner, District 5, Sanchez, Gameros, and Reynolds, so respectively Districts 5, 2, and 3. Let's focus on where we have some overlap and we actually support the projects in unison, because this is going to be really important when we start having communications and discussions with our delegation. It's going to take a lot of intentionality for us to get them to have some buy-in, but because we are acting so quickly and ahead of the capital outlay deadlines, we'll be able to guide them on what some of the initiatives and critical projects are within the districts. I think this also gives us an opportunity to have a discussion about when can we start supporting each other across district lines, especially when it comes to systems like the South Central wastewater treatment plant that serves, I think at last count, 28 different lift stations and growing, a pretty massive amount, and it's definitely our workhorse in our community. And it's one of the reasons I think many of you saw the importance of putting continued investment in that. So I'll stop there. And one of the other things I wanted to highlight that we did a little bit differently is that we also utilized this year, I trained AI support on the selection process for ICIP, and that's what a lot of you got for your prep work. Hopefully that 10-minute mock podcast made it easy to be able to digest the information that many people have been spending years perfecting here at the county. And with that, I'll stand for any questions. And
Wonderful.
if it
Thank you
pleases
for
the
putting
commission,
this
we can take this
together.
as a ranking and ready for resolution.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for putting this together and getting this done quickly. It was a very easy process this year for the commission. But thank you, staff, for working and getting this done for us. Commissioners, any comments, questions, concerns?
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Real
Commissioner
quick.
Vice Chair.
Mr. Macias, thank you for making yourself available until 10 o'clock p.m. However, I was working on mine earlier. But this is certainly easier for us, and it's cleaner, and I think it'll be cleaner for the public as well. So thanks to the entire staff. I know it was hard work, and I really appreciate you all. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say thank you for the process. I think I want to say it was easier to input information. It was not easier to rank them, because I think as we've parsed this down to this smaller list of basically 20 projects, it became harder for me to kind of rank which one was higher than the other. You know, when we have 80, like we did on the last one with 88, it's a lot easier because, you know, kind of what I feel the most important ones usually rise to the top, and this one, you're taking your most important ones and trying to figure out how to rank them accordingly. But I appreciate it. I also appreciate the process, and I think when looking at the feedback that we had on those that were removed and why, one of the things that I think this is reflective of is the new, kind of us moving into a new process. Because I think one of the things that you had noted, and I know that was my comment from last year, which I forgot I said, which was about having a threshold. Because, you know, I think how we operated as commissioners was trying to figure out how can we work with our legislators to fund a lot of small projects to start getting progress in our communities. But by doing that, we were spreading out all of the resources, I mean, across the county as much as we could, versus trying to attack some of these bigger initiatives that we really do need to find a way to augment our funds to finish. And so I'm excited that we're moving in this direction, and I appreciate the BOCC as well as county staff on trying to figure out new and better ways and how we continuously improve and get better at this. But I'm excited for the fact that we can share this with our legislators, so that way when they say, hey, I want to fund a project in my community, and we can say, well, we have these here, but here's why, you know, South Central, the wastewater system rehab is so important to the county, even if it's not maybe specific to you in your district, I think we can have those talking points, and it tells a really good story that, not a good story, but it gives them more information as to why we're not having a huge menu and they can choose a la carte of where they want to. And I know there's still the ability for them to do that, but I think it's a more focused approach. So thank you so much.
Chair and Vice Chair, you're welcome.
Fantastic. Anyone else?
Jonathan, I just want to publicly thank you. I heard a lot of feedback from folks regarding last year's process, and you ran with this. And to the board, we did have a meeting yesterday, Lucio, Jonathan, and a couple others, talking through this process. And as you see that big gap at $500,000, that doesn't mean anything below that's going to fly under the radar. We can probably work with that in our current budget. So we're working to integrate that into the CIP process and have a similar ranking system that we'll roll out as we're trying to make everything, as you know, performance and metric driven, but also is user-friendly for you also. Everything is tying back to the strategic plan, and really appreciate all your efforts on this, Jonathan.
You're welcome. CM Andrews.
Okay, fantastic. So with that being said, I will go ahead and amend the motion to approve the combined rankings by commissioners listed 1 through 19 on this slide as our ICIP list.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the amended motion. Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro, Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. The amendment passes. Now we will look at the amended motion as a whole. Any further commission input?
I just said, I think I like this process better than before as well.
Me too. Can you imagine talking to legislators about 19 items? What is this world?
Chair, if I may. As we get closer to the vote, I just wanted to put it out there so we have it recorded in the record. Today's action will supersede the previous one, which was Resolution 2024-84. I think that's important because this one will take it over. The other thing is that once you take action, we have already been talking with our state lobbyists for how we can have conversations together with our legislators, including being able to be at their meetings and use this as a guide. And as you pointed out, this doesn't mean that they can't add things through the process with the capital outlay, working together with the Legislative Council Services at the Roundhouse. It just means we're going to try to be more intentional and make sure that we adhere to those themes. And a couple of other things that I wanted to point out is that we did add a couple of new projects, including making sure that we are asking for multi-million-dollar projects. A good example of that is one of the flood projects did creep up a bit to $30 million, but that's because of the immense amount of earthwork that they have to do. And again, I will draw your attention to the great videos that they post so you can see the massive amount of work that they're doing. We also put in the request for the renovations of the wastewater treatment plant lab at La Mesa as well, because that is a critical need. We tried getting it funded through other sources, but it didn't quite take. So we want to bring that to the top as we look at the increased needs in our community. So, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Any public comment on this? Public input? Seeing none, Brandy, go ahead and roll call us on the amended motion.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro, Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
That does have a resolution number.
Go ahead.
The resolution number is 2025-77.
Fantastic. Okay, we will be skipping over item 23 since Crua has not gotten back to us on that information. And we will move to item number 24, which is the public hearing to consider approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 14 of the Code of Conduct, or of the Code of Doña County Commission, commonly known as the Code of Conduct. Oh my God, why was that so hard, Carrie?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move approval.
Say Code of Conduct?
Okay.
9 second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez and a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This Code of Conduct has been published and has been in the clerk's office for public comment. It is now ready for anyone who would like to speak on that and for your vote, hopefully to approve.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
are there any other, I guess, is there going to be any amendments to, at this time, to anything we have, or are we just voting on what as presented? Okay. Just wanted to.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, there are no other amendments at this time to the Code of Conduct. So what we're voting on is the way that it was written and published. As we move forward with this Code of Conduct, we might find that revisions are necessary to make sure that the procedure lines up with the way that the practice lines up with the way the procedure is written. But until it's sort of tried and tested a little bit, we won't know exactly what amendments will be needed.
Awesome, thank you, and I appreciate it. I'm excited for version 2 to do this, so hopefully we've got a lot of the issues that were raised back in December that was presented by Mr. Ben Young addressed, and so hopefully we have a more robust process going forward, and so thank you so much for all the work on bringing the revisions and bringing this forward for approval, so thank you.
Yes. What he said. Second. Anyone else? Okay, I believe, do we have public comment?
It's good to see this come up again. I hope you pass it today. I don't know if you can, but I hope you do. You had a code of conduct in November. Apparently that had some flaws, and it looks like you started all over again. But in any case, it took a long time to have something to present, and it's been 8 months without it. And one gets the impression that you don't want a code of conduct. Please prove me wrong. Please prove to me you aren't dragging your feet. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other public comment on this? Okay, and just a point of clarification on that. We do have a code of conduct that has been in place in the HR manual that does apply to the commission. So it's always been there. This is just a new code of conduct that will be in place. But we have had a code of conduct. But no need, sir. I'm just pointing it out that the code of conduct has been in place this whole time. And it's on the website, and that's what we follow as a commission when this one was not done yet. So, but we will get this done. We do have a vote to be had. If there's no more commission input on this. Seeing none, Brandy, if you'll roll call vote on this, please.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds, Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro, Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries.
And that does have an ordinance number, excuse me. That ordinance number is 365-2025.
Thank you, Brandy. Okay, and we'll be looking forward to any changes, additions, or modifications at a later date, but we got it done. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your work on this and your so many meetings trying to get this right, so I appreciate it. Next up, we do have item number 25, which is a memorandum of understanding amending the collective bargaining agreement between Doña County and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. New Mexico Council 18, Blue Collar Local 2709. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Oh, okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez. I'll go ahead and second that motion. Ms. Neal, you're up.
So, Chair and Vice Chair, Commissioners, we have done a memorandum of understanding for the blue collar union, because the entire contract is up for renegotiation, and we're still working out some of the details and wording of that contract. In order to get the budget finalized and get any raises for this bargaining unit into that budget, we need a memorandum of understanding and approval from the BOCC, so that way it can be included in our final budget. We've done this as sort of a placeholder, and then the raises themselves and the removal of the step plan will actually go into the finalized contract once that contract language is complete.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Pretty straightforward. Okay. Cool. Any public comment? Okay. Randy?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez? Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaw Hernandez.
Yes. MOU is approved.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next up we do have under hearings and ordinances, item number 26, which is a final plat approval for a type 2 subdivision to be known as Inspiration Heights Subdivision, Phase 5. Commissioners, do we have a motion for approval?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion, we approve the final plat approval for type 2 subdivision.
Okay,
Second.
we're gonna go with the motion over here with Reynolds and the second with Vice Chair Chapato. Welcome back, Ms. Amesworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a request for final plat for a type 2 subdivision with 42 lots on approximately 21 acres. The lots ranging from 0.14 acres to 0.22 acres.
Ma'am, do I need to swear you in?
We might as well.
Okay,
just
let's
to be
do
on the
it.
safe side.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
Oh, thank you. You're the best.
I don't know why I can't advance the. Oh, thank you. You guys changed it on me. Okay, so
It
this is the
broke.
location of the subject property. And here's an aerial view. All infrastructure has been installed with the exception of El Paso Electric, which is nearing completion, and there is a letter of credit filed with El Paso Electric by the developer. I'm just gonna go through so you can see the plat. This is what it looks like. The only change from the executive summary is for Corona Road, which will be named Vision Road due to a conflict with another street name in the county. And then these are photos of the site. You can see the nice new roadways, curb and gutter. The developer is here if you have any questions. Otherwise, the staff does recommend approval of this final plat.
Okay. It's beautiful.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
You took my thought. It is beautiful, and I would love to, this is in my district, so I would love to get a firsthand tour, if that's possible. I saw it before the asphalt was laid down, but I'd really like to see this. And I'm so excited that there is something going on in that area. It's much needed. Thank you.
Cool. Anything else, commissioners? Okay. I mean, there doesn't seem to be any questions. I mean, gentlemen, you are more than welcome to come up here, but I think we're good if you're good. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just think it's, rather interesting to note that this was actually started by the extraterrestrial zone, and we're in phase 17. Is that what I read?
Phase 5.
Okay. right? It says, well, Phase 5 here.
Phase 5.
But there's another section where I think it mentioned, this was the Inspiration Heights subdivision consists of 17 phases that was subject to approval under the extraterrestrial zone subdivision ordinance, with the first 2 phases of the subdivision receiving final plat approval in 2007. I just think it's kind of interesting that we're going on with this long, but I think it's also a tribute to the tenacity of the developers and this board, to continue to do this until it's done. So that's just an observation, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Brandy, take it away.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Plat's approved. You're welcome. Thanks for hanging out for a few hours. Okay, moving on, we have commission follow-up input. If any commissioners have any follow-up? None? Good. Okay, commissioners, I would like to motion that the board convene in closed session regarding the purchase, acquisition, and disposal of real property and water rights related to CRUA to discuss information that is covered by attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation, and to discuss collective bargaining negotiations as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H5, 7, and 8, NMSA 1978. And I do need a second.
Second.
Okay, and I have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Brandy, will you roll call us into closed session, please?
I can do that, but how do we want to go? Because we skipped over the correspondence and we do have one. I know.
I withdraw my second.
Oh,
No.
okay. I withdraw my motion. Brandy, go ahead with correspondence.
Okay, we do have one today. That is Jane Noel versus Doña County.
Thank you, Brandy. Just one. Okay, well, I'm reading this whole thing again. I move that the board convene in closed session regarding the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property and water rights related to CRUA to discuss information that is covered by attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation, and to discuss collective bargaining negotiations as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, which is also known as OMA, Sections 10-15-1, H5, 7, and 8. Actually, there's a comma missing after 7. NMSA 1978. Do I have a second, commissioners?
Second.
Okay, I have a second. Now you can roll call us.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. It is 11:42, and we are in closed session. Welcome back. The time is 1:19 and we are back from closed session. Let the record state that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items listed in the original motion to put us into closed session. It is still 1:19 and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.